What's going on, engineers? How you guys doing? Everybody settle in, settle down. We are about to rock and roll over here. We've got our finishing touches up for the song we were working on. What was it? Not yesterday, but the day before. It's called Dead Man's Anthem, also known as Take Your Gun. And this track is definitely on the rock side. It's got bass, drums, and guitar, basic style arrangement, like three-piece kind of, it's a almost 3.5 minute song, funky vibes of a little reminiscent of old school, some alternative feel in there. And we made a lot of headway last time. It was a pretty long stream, and we made a lot of headway. When I got done, I was usually after 8-9 hours, it's like, depending on what else you had to do that day, your head could be a little shot. And I felt like when I was done, like that was all the work I could put in that day. And today I'm excited for some automation, some finishing touches, maybe some tweaks with totally fresh ears on this track because I haven't listened to it at all since we ended the last stream. So no moves have been made. 0 moves have been made. Let me show you what the session looks like. We're looking at, that's our last print of the song. It's our only print, our last print. And so, you could tell some automation moves have been drawn in, specifically stuff like the tape echo and Galaxy thing happening. When you hear crazy sound effects happening, that's the Galaxy tape echo and the EP34 tape echo, these two things being automated to create kind of an atmosphere, because that's always something that enhances a track. It's not something I do in every track, but I definitely do it when I feel like the song could use it. It basically gives me atmosphere, like spaceships flying around, this moving kind of sound effect all on its own. It's not the kind of thing that's just like a reverb or a delay on the back of a vocal or something. I mean, you could use it for that, but what I like to use it for is basically an instrument. I create an instrument from the Galaxy tape echo. It's one of my favorite effects for that because you can play with the feedback and automate just the feedback knob. And I usually automate the feedback knob and the echo rate. And what you can get it to do is this like feedback loop on itself, where if you automate it just right, it'll kind of give you this wah, 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 wah thing. And then the echo rate, you can slow it down and speed it up, so you can make it go from like wah 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 wah, like it'll get faster or slower. So you can change the way the spaceship flies around the room. Actually, that's like the way I like to think about it. But I'll kind of play you a section of that real quick. I might as well play the whole track too, but I just want to show you what I'm talking about since I'm mentioning it right now anyway. So you hear that thing coming and going? That's that Galaxy tape amazingness. Let's say what up to some people we got joining us. You hear that thing? You hear it when I stop the track too, because once you put the aliens into town, they just kind of take over and do what they want. And if you leave the playback head right on that zone, you're going to hear some tape echo. So without further ado, what's up to Sonic Soundwork? The bicycle horn of greatness. How you doing over there, dude? We got Alex Christoph drums in the house. And we got Gutter Honey saying what up in the chat section. And, I encourage anybody who wants to just watch and, hang out and not chat, that's fine too. If you want to jump in the chat, everybody's welcome in there. Anything you got to say, you could throw it in there. If it's audio related, we love it. And if it's questions, if it's just stuff you like to use or want to talk about or mention, you're using something new and you tried this and it was this, whatever it is, that's awesome. We love to hear it because we're people just like you in studios all over the world, joined up, working on music. So it's pretty awesome what we can do in this world today. So I appreciate everybody joining. Anybody who wants to jump in the chat, you are welcome. Don't feel like you can't be there. What's good, GDP Japan? We got GDP Japan in the house. If I'm not mistaken, he had a pretty late night the other day, so I didn't know if he was going to make it. But the dude's work ethic is phenomenal. And as always, GDP Japan's presence elevates our whole game up to another level. So it's a pleasure to have you here, GDP Japan, my dude. And we got, what do we got? He wrote, "Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Custom Cutstudios." That's what's up. Part 2 of the stream is right. And we got Brian Piontek 6113. What's poppin', dude? You get a little extra there, dude, because I think it was you who spurred my interest in the pan law discussion, which is the video I dropped today. I do believe it was you who mentioned some stuff about pan law a few streams ago, and it got me down the rabbit hole of feeling like I needed to really discuss pan law a little bit. So I'm happy people like you showed up with some awesome, some debate sparking topics that I needed to sink my teeth into. That felt like the right thing to mention, especially because when I saw what else was out there, there was definitely a few videos leading people astray, and that definitely made me a little like, oh man, that's so unfortunate. But yeah, we got Living Cat 64. What's poppin', Living Cat? I love cats, so that's awesome. How you doing over there? You in your own studio? You got a session pulled up? Whether you do or not, it's welcome, and I encourage it. Pull up a session, do your, anything you're working on, work on it alongside what we're doing here, and jump in the chat with whatever it is you're dealing with. And in my opinion, it's really good for the ear breaks. Constant ear breaks is helpful. It's actually one of the reasons I really like mixing on live stream, is because, being involved in the chat gives you more ear breaks, and it definitely helps. I think the more ear breaks you can get under, inside you, it sounds crazy, but the more ear breaks you can actually get under your wings between while you're mixing, the better. It's, distractions can be good because they'll take you out of the zoomed in focus on some nonsense that probably doesn't matter. Because that's what'll happen is, like, we'll think something's so important, and the longer we think about it and the more we fixate on it, the more we'll overcorrect something. And the best way to not do that is to distract yourself and get out of that zone. Then if it still bothers you, it might show up again, but more often than not, it just fades into the distance as something that actually doesn't even matter if you've already corrected it, especially. So yeah. Living Cat says, I already produced earlier today. That's awesome. That's awesome. All times of producing, production, mixing, mastering, all times of the day are solid for that, man. There's no like perfect time, Some people like to work early. Some people like to work late. A lot of people I know who work in music keep crazy hours. And I always like to quote Prince, who, it's not actually a quote, but it's the people who worked, for Prince. As what he would show up at all crazy hours. He'd roll in whenever he felt like it, randomly, like a lot, all the time, but random hours, weird late night, super late night, crazy hours. And they're, anybody who worked with him kind of had to be on call at all times because that's just the way he worked. And I can understand somebody like that. There's something about what we do that's very volatile. It's not, you don't know when you're going to end, you don't know when you're going to start, but when the excitement hits, you just got to do it. So before I start here, I want to encourage everybody, hit the like button because it helps push this thing out and it's really appreciated. And as we go, I'm going to hit play just to show you where we left off last time. This is part 2 of Take Your Gun. Let's check it out. And as I do that, I'm going to analyze it by making the volume a little bit low. I'm going to turn up at some point. Let's do that. I'm also going to listen to it on my main monitors instead of this little speaker. All right, here we go.
Charmer, cause I need her, and not because I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my my go-to leather jacket in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you remember that the moss grows on the sun side, and the demon's always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine? Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you
Okay. I hear a couple things I want to work on immediately. I like to play it at least through one time before I do anything. That's awesome, Living Cat. You're some trance type dude, huh? You're working on some trance over there. That's awesome. We welcome all types of music over here. Alex Christoph Drums earlier said aliens are running the town. What's for lunch? That's a good question. It's definitely aliens running the town in this song. All I got to do is click here, and they'll start to attack us, most likely. Where are they?
think you found the secret to the gold mine.
I love that trippy stuff. I mean, if you listen to any Radiohead song, it's all over it. Like literally every Radiohead song has some tape echo, feedback, automation stuff happening. And a lot of times they do it off the hardware unit and just, played with the knob, which is really the same thing I'm doing in plugin form. It was a very common kind of trick to add flavor and vibe to things. The band Spoon did it all the time too. A lot of bands sort of lean on that because it's very trippy, awesome flavor. Like it's one of my favorite effects for a reason. That's definitely the reason. because you can play it like an instrument. That's what I love about Galaxy Tape Echo. Now, it was also used all the time in like, reggae. It was used a lot in reggae. When you hear that snare drum be like, pop, 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 like they're a lot of times they're playing with the knob, but they're just, finding something that worked with the beat and playing it off itself, and very cool, turning it on in moments at a time, automating it on a console, like or just automating the send. You could do a lot. Lot. Now, what do we got here? So much stuff to do. So I want to first step before I do anything. One of the only plugins that's new that I don't usually add on my mix bus is this ridiculous Steam driver thing, which I kind of like, but I also notice like I'm hearing something I can't quite put my finger on, and it might be coming from this plugin. And since it's one of the newest plugins that I'm using, I feel like I have the least amount of control over it because I don't really know what any of this stuff does. We found last time when we were figuring out what stuff does, we flipped to this and, we have kind of an idea. But like this attack release thing, like what kind of compression is it adding? Like what's it doing? Nobody knows. There's a lot of nobody knows happening on this plugin. And that's usually my least favorite stuff to use, is the nobody knows stuff. Whereas a lot of the other stuff is kind of predictable, like stuff, and that's why I use it so much, because it's predictable and like I know what to expect on an SSL bus comp, or I literally just using the EQ here and the line amp flavor, and this is the converter flavor. So I mean, some of this stuff is become predictable the more you use it, but even this, which is a standard on most of the mixes I make nowadays, it's become predictable where I know what to expect from it. This thing, I've got no idea really what it's doing, and I noticed there's this weird thing I'm hearing. So the first step I recommend people do is actually mute stuff like that you don't know what it's doing when you're hearing something you don't like. Don't like start tweaking other things when the whole time it could all be solved by like taking off the one thing that you're very unsure of. So my first step is going to be take this off for the moment and then address some of the problems I have and see if they go away or don't need to be addressed as much. So for me also, there's a panning thing I noticed that I wanted to play with at least. I want to see if the chorus clears up a little, because it's one thing. It sounds like everything's rocking and rolling, and then when it gets to the chorus, it gets a little smushy. So I'm going to actually decrease the amount of level into the bus compressor, but I first want to look at it. So I'm going to look at how much level is going into the ATR, which is the first step in my chain, essentially, after the tracks gets to here, then it goes to the bus comp. So I want to see where I'm sitting here when the loud part of the chorus happens. Any chorus will do. So that's actually a little loud for my liking. I don't like that. And the funny thing is, when I take the Steam driver off, it definitely holds it down a bit. So it's doing some compression, clearly, because it has the attack, release, on-off thing. It's doing some compression. It's not just saturation. It's compression, saturation. It's a few different things. It's like a color shaping box. Who knows what that thing is, to be real. So the first thing I'm going to do is take this off. The second thing I'm going to do is bring down a bunch of stuff, just everything in general. All the tracks. When I touch these, they're all going to move. So if I touch this and I bring this down, let's say 3.3 dB, they've all moved 3.3 dB. You can see it here. I'll hit undo. See, all the tracks are moving. See that? So we're going with that. And I know how much I moved it because my kick was at 0 prior to this. So I'm going to just move that. Sometimes it's, the things you might like can get cleared up just by lowering the volume into stuff. This is very conservative in the verses. The choruses is really the only place it's not conservative. Yeah, see, I know when I use this plugin, I don't like it to exceed 0. It's always things sound good to me when everything is sort of before it exceeds 0. The kick is also kind of screaming at me a little bit, so I plan on taking down some of the middle of the kick. You know, when you think about kick, right? I hope people get little glimpses of stuff they could use on their own mixes as I work. Because the way I think about kick is I really like the low end of the kick. I really like some of the poke at the top, but there's a lot of information on the kick drum you won't really need. Now, depending on what else is in your song, you won't really need it, because if it's a very sparse song, you can get away with more. But in something like this, once we have the chorus, I have 2 different kick tracks. One's for the verse and one's essentially for this chorus and this chorus. So there's only 2 choruses in the song. The second one's twice as long. But I'm going to work here first and gut this kick a little bit more. So right now we're sitting, you know, I'm taking 250 out by 9 dB. I'm going to take even more out. Let's listen to it. That's crazy. I always, you know, I shouldn't say always. I forgot to freaking take this off before I switched that, so it turned the freaking low end. It turned every knob that's connected to it because I have the globals linked. So we're just going to go back like 2 minutes to 736. It would help if every time I made a group for every track in the session to bring it all down, I shouldn't globally group them. It's just like a bad habit that I just freaking never undo the global groups for anything so that they're always on. It helps for a lot of things when I'm making groups so that I twist one knob and a bunch of them go. But when it comes to the all tracks, when I'm making an all for bring down so I can kind of just move everything down, I really shouldn't do that. It would be so much better for like my entire life. So I'm actually just going to juice this. Notice, this is a tip right here. Make sure you have your session set to back up like every minute. I talk about this all the time, but it's very helpful for things like that because I could easily go in and grab any of these minutes. So I'm just going to grab the 735 because I didn't do anything yet, really. I just moved everything down a couple dB. So I'm going to grab this. Okay, we're back. Just had to do that so that I didn't wind up bugging everything out because that would have bugged everything out for sure. So this is where we stood. Take this all for reals off because that's why the mix just totally went crazy on us. And just to check it, this is our print. I'm gonna send this to you guys too, so you can hear the print as well. And this is what I do sometimes to make sure. Like, did I grab it or did it? Was this before the mess up? Well, we'll tell right now. Ready? Oh, this is the difference. Sorry, I was like, what's the difference? The steam driver is the difference. That's all. Hold on. And the volume's the difference. I was like, what's different? Because it still sounds different to me. That's the difference too. Can't forget about this. Now it should sound the same. That's the same. Okay. So now that we're there, we're going to lower everything back down that 3 dB again, because there's no magic to keeping everything super hot. In my opinion, just lower stuff. 3 dB down is fine. Now we're going to come over here and make sure all for reals is not on anymore. Now I can manipulate stuff. Coming in here. Hold on. Here we go. Back in business. It's a real kick drum, and it's being gated. So when it was being gated and it was below the level of the gate, it was making it where you couldn't hear it. So it's not like an EQ cut like that removed the kick drum completely, but it did took it down several dB where the gate didn't even see it anymore. So it was just acting like it wasn't there. That's what I noticed just now. So anyway. I love cranking the knobs all the way. It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it's just like crank that knob all the way. All right, let me just keep addressing a couple of the things that were bothering me as quick as I can so I can remember what they were. Some of the panning on the guitars, I was like, you know what? There's some maybe a panning thing I want to change. Like we have 4 guitars essentially that are all that are close mic, far mic. So like 6 feet out. A couple, and then right up on the grill. And what I'm thinking is I'm going to pan those in the chorus at least one way. So just automate the panning so that these, which are the same thing, I've got a close, far, and a far. I want those to be opposite. Right now, what I have is I have that 4 mic setup down the center. And I think that's roughing my feathers up a little bit when it gets to the chorus. It feels like that down the center, and then on one side having the same thing, but on the other side we're kind of creating that with this reverb. So there's just a lot of stuff I'm going through in my head right now to determine why things sound the way they do. So like I'm going to mute this. So what we had here is a guitar sent to Ocean Way to kind of give us some room sound so that we could balance this other 4 mics. So what I want to do is basically take this out of the picture for the moment. And let's just mess with the panning of this chorus here. Let's just take this. It's the chorus guitar, but it's the 4 mic setup. Let's make sure nothing else is jamming. And this thing right now, those are all pan left. So maybe we could just leave those left, and let's just put these on the right when that happens in the chorus. So we have our markers at the top, which are very helpful for chorus. So the chorus to the turnaround. Now, if I take these 4, which are, the weird thing is these 2 are different performances, but I'm going to do this anyway, because this is to me what makes sense, because there's really no other far mics. Like when I look at these are close mic'd. This is that 4 setup we talked about originally, and these are close mic'd. So since that's the only other group that has the far mics in it, that's what's making me want to do it. It's like, you know what? I really kind of want to do that. There's other options I could go with too, like keep one of these close and far down the center so that something's down the center, and take the far mics and pan those out one side left, the other far mics out one side right. But since we have all these other mics, it's like some of these could be down the center, like right here. So yeah, this is a lot of like just trying to figure out what makes the most sense from an architectural standpoint, because the far mics have so much more air in the guitar, so they're a little less clear. They're more blurry just naturally because there's more space between the amp and those mics, so they have more air in them. Whereas the close mics are super, like, crystal clear, punchy, kind of super directional. To me, it makes the most sense to try. Let's see if we can get away with putting that stuff with the air out to the sides, because it'll feel less dense in the center at least. So that's where I'm coming up with this idea from, and then we'll work backwards. If this doesn't work, we'll work backwards. So let's take all these. And that was left, so these will be right. Let's see if we need a little extra scoop on the front of that. Okay, once we have achieved this, let's see something else. What can we put in the center? So now we've got these here are going to kick out to the left. These kick out to the right. And then we've got a lot of other guitars that could stay in the center instead of putting them all on the sides. Or at least kind of, we could tuck them in a little bit, I should say. So like these 2 right here. Let's just tuck these in a bit. Like 45. That kind of thing, like 45, 45, or 46, whatever. And then we'll do the same thing with, is there anything else here? No, we can't move the, okay, so we're just going to actually, let's center these. That's what we're going to do. One time somebody asked me about monocompatibility. I said, leave something in the center. If you've got a bunch of guitars, you want to go hard left and right to open it up the spread. Well, it's great if you can also have a guitar in the center too while that's happening.
Wish that you
I'm taking the one that's the front mic and making it louder because that's the one that's the most clear. It's the crispiest one of all.
Wish that you
That's the back mic. That's the beef. So we have a clear and a beef. All right, I left these where they were just so I can listen to the whole track. I don't want to move those without listening to the whole track because there's a lot of guitars in this part and things will just sort of jump out at us. Also, I may just automate that section because I felt like the guitars in the rest of the song were kind of money, so I don't want to mess with that.
wish that you
All right, so I'm going through all this stuff in my head, so that's why I'm not really paying attention to the chat much anymore. Yeah, I'm not. Don't feel any kind of way if I don't take advice, because I don't. You know what I hear is the most important. I don't really care what other people hear, to be honest with you. What I could tell you is, as I go through this thing, I will be absolutely listening to the bass or something. Feels like there's this center moment. This was the other thing I was trying to get through while I was listening. I was like, what the hell is this like 500 hertz thing? Sounds like it's like missing in certain places. I originally thought it was the steam driver, but I thought I took that off. Did I take it off? No, I must have put that freaking thing back. Maybe it's the steam driver. Like, that's what I hate about not knowing what the hell a plugin does. It's like, is it freaking giving me some weird EQ curve as part of that thing? Because I don't recall asking for that. I want to get more out of that bass, man. So much. I need to get more out of this bass. That's for sure. I'm working in headphones right now, too, because when I put the headphones on, I noticed a couple things I really wanted to freaking mess with. But yeah, the sound of the snare here is definitely different, but it's a symptom of how hard it's being hit, combined with the fact that there's cymbals playing over it the entire time. So there's a lot of stuff that kind of changed in the song. It's almost like two songs put together in terms of the feel. And as a result, snare's definitely going to sound a bit different in the chorus, inherently.
come prepared then.
It's like a different snare, even though like it almost has to be. Like I said, it has to be. There's cymbals all over it, and we can't let those just bleed through the snare mic, so we got to gate them so the snare winds up sounding different. I also have a reverb on it, which could be contributing to something someone's hearing, but I don't hate the reverb, so I'm going to leave it for now. The reverb's only on in the chorus. Let me find this bass. When you've got 3 bass tracks and you're unhappy with the bass sound, mute one of them. At least then you can try to get what you're missing under control. It seems to me like what I'm actually hearing is too many mics is a possibility. I don't know if it's the truth, but it could just be this mic might not actually be helping me. And I'm going to find out in a second. I actually think that might have solved a lot of my problem. I really was not liking what was happening there. But now I'm actually a little more okay with that. We're going to kind of look to the guitars to sort of fill out some of this 500 hertz gap. It's interesting. Here's something to think about. Every plugin kind of treats the sound slightly different, obviously, right? But when it comes to phase, you could add a distortion plugin and it could pull one track farther away from the other one in terms of its phase relationship. That's why very often I find when stuff's not like for some reason you're missing a part of a sound, it's often because there's some weird phase discrepancy between two multi mics. So when that happens, my goal usually is figure out if it's a plugin that's just kind of putting a knife in my back. And sometimes that happens with like Decapitator or SansAmp. You add SansAmp to one track and not the other. 9 times out of 10, you have to flip the phase on whatever track you put it on because it's doing a thing where it almost is an exact 180 degrees off from where it should be, and it's canceling out. Now, sometimes you could use that stuff to your advantage if you're kind of going for an out of phase sound of some kind. But when you're missing, like I was listening to the bass and I was like, it's great. But then when he goes to this one area on the neck, I can't, what happened to it? And that's usually a phase relationship problem. So just by putting on SPL Twin Tube on both, instead of using Spectre on one and Twin Tube on the other, made a bit of a difference to keeping this bass a little more coherent. You know, it stays there. It doesn't disappear on me. That, and sometimes, like I said, when you have too many mics, like unless you're really getting something special from that additional mic, just mute the freaking thing. You know, unless it's doing something good. And sometimes I'm guilty of this. Whatever I have, I try to make work, like no matter what. Whereas sometimes, you know, in the land of people recording stuff and not like getting a sound, just putting up what they have, hitting record, and whatever it is, these kind of things happen where later you have to mute stuff. And I was guilty of that when I recorded this. I didn't really get a sound. This was 100 years ago. And when I did this, I was more about, well, I've got a D112 and an SM7. Let me throw those up and use a DI and like hope for the best and I'll deal with it later. That's the worst mentality to have. And I learned from experience that when that happens, a lot of times the move is maybe you have it on the DI and the one bass mic. Maybe you actually don't need to. And that's even with auto align. If they're not complementing each other, get rid of one. Because way too often, that one extra mic you're trying to force into the mix is going to mess everything up. It's going to push, maybe it's going to overlap on frequencies you already have, or it's going to like, you know, cancel out frequencies you don't want it to, just by the nature of having that extra mic. So it's something I think about a lot is, you know, how many mics does one need to put up when you're tracking something? This happens on drums a lot too. So many people just put up as many drum mics as they have when that drum sound could be way better if they focused on what they're getting out of each mic and maybe muting some of the mics, not using all of them. You know, I've heard great drum sounds out of 6, 8 mics. You don't really, you know, could you use 11 and 12? And yeah, you can. And if you can set them all up where they're the right mics in the right position complementing each other, it could be great. It could add depth. It could be amazing. But if it's not that, if it's just you're throwing them up willy-nilly, wherever they were, and you didn't really think about it much, you're just, you know, in one of those positions, more often than not, muting some of the mics makes things way better. That's the truth. So... There's still a thing happening here where I'm going to flip the phase. How crazy is that? The EQ moves as a result of the crossovers that we're doing with the EQ filters. Like when you do something like that where you're featuring DI, just the low end, the other amp mic above the low end, play with flipping the phase sometimes, because that's the other solution to this problem in a major way. The bass just showed up, said, "How you doing? You miss me?" You know, it's there now. Finally, now I hear all my bass. Okay, good. We're back in town. The boys are back in town. Now we can address this snare being a little bit weird. It's kind of just a symptom of this ringy ass snare. When it's being hit kind of light, it works, but when it's being hit hard in this chorus, it does sound super ringy. It's a trash can snare sound. It's kind of just that way. You know, it was tracked like that. That's how it sounded in the room. It was not a tightly tuned snare. It was like 12 inches deep, this freaking snare. It's a bucket. So I may gut more of the middle. I think I did some of that already. I can't remember. But yeah, I took out a bunch of mids because it was just super gutty. Super ringy snare. You just can't ever hit that ghost note button, man. In this plugin, you just can't ever hit this button. Whenever you do, if there's cymbals happening, good luck. I guess it works if you crank the steep lead way up, like super up. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. Let us see. I miss Braxel too. Yeah, no, Brian, I agree with you on that snare kind of thing. It took me a second to even get my brain in a position to erase the Koch files enough to be able to catch up to the snare sound because I was so concerned with the bass and the guitars first and foremost. But yeah, I feel like it's definitely better now that I brought back a little of that middle section, but also we're battling with these cymbals constantly crashing at us. I might experiment with something else, but at the moment I'm going to kind of settle into ignoring it and see how much it really bothers me. But no, I don't use any samples if I can help it. If I can get away with no samples, I use no samples every time because I'm like a freaking fanboy of real drums. Like real drums recorded in the room, I'm saying. So that means the room is in the mics, that player's every nuance is in the mics. Now once you have to gate stuff, you lose some of that kind of out the gate, no pun intended. But there's definitely a part of me that like really values the way a certain time in music you knew when you were hearing a drummer playing, there was no sample overlay, and it was just everything sounded so different. And those records still move me to this day. Whereas every time I put on a song where the snare sounds the same as another song, I want to barf and throw up in a bag and just freaking call it quits, man. I hate that sound. There's some people who get away with that too. A lot of mixers make every snare sound the same. It's like they're using a sample and they're overlaying it on top of the thing, and it's most of the sound you're hearing. And they do it because they need the snare to be their snare sound, the mixer's snare sound. I hate that as a concept. Does the average listener care or know the difference? No. But the person who's the custodian of the art, the one mixing the track, didn't need to freaking sterilize it and put it down a clone path of making it sound like every other snare. And I think if the song's great enough, people will still like it. It's this weird battle, Like a good example, I think, when I listen to like Bush 16 Stone, I don't know if there were any samples used on those drums, but I've often felt when I listen to that album that like this is not the best sounding drum set I've ever heard. Like it doesn't sound like everything is freaking pristine. Like it doesn't sound like there's any samples on anything. It sounds real. And that didn't stop that album from selling any copies. I'll tell you that right now. There's something, even the guitar sounds on that album. It's like, I feel like people have critiqued that. I think I've heard it it was around a time where not a lot of people knew how to record really distorted guitars as well as later. Later stuff started to some people kind of began to specialize in that, but it's just, I think they did that first album. I'm not positive. I think it was in England, and a lot of stuff done in England at that time wasn't like super heavy distorted guitars in that way. The punk scene and stuff that came out of there was definitely a little bit dirtier, but it wasn't the way things became in the alternative era. And I feel like people around that time had to learn how to do really get guitars to sound, the way they do on The Color and Shape, for example. That album, the guitars just punch, or the way Butch Vig was doing with Nirvana stuff. They punch, and he's layering, and he's doing so many things to kind of make that happen. And 16 Stone sounded so much more live to me because of some of these inherent flaws. And I guess what I'm trying to say, the point is, I liked it more because of that. And then when they did Razorblade Suitcase with Albini, I love the way some of those tracks sound. They're amazing. They kind of always were, they went that live kind of route. The sound of live was, I think, something they liked a lot. It's inherent in their drum sounds. I don't hear samples, So I don't know. There's a lot to that, but I think there's kind of a magic there. Needs more gold clip, Brax. That's hilarious. No, there's no... Yeah, it's a very common thing to layer samples in with everything. Specifically, things that have too much bleed on them. That's a huge... That's like my own trick. I do that all the time. If I can't get rid of the bleed on the snare because the mic was poorly placed, and it's if it's not facing the skin and it's kind of facing out too much, or even worse, facing kind of the snare from the backside towards the crash or something, and the drummer has a low crash, any of these weird anomalies that could happen, it makes the mic unusable. Sure, blend a sample in if you want, but for me, it's always a last resort. I pull my hair out and I have no hair prior to that happening. Definitely. Because if I can get away with the realness, I want it. It's weird and it's unique. And no drum set's ever going to sound like that one. As soon as I blend a freaking sample in, kiss that goodbye. So that's how I look at it. It's like this, you could get away with a sample on the kick more easily than you can get away with it on anything else, I find. The snare can be weird and it'll still work. Even if there is bleed on it, it'll be a weird sounding snare and that might be okay. But the kick, if the kick's all out of whack, if the kick fell over and is rumbling or doing something weird, that could really cause problems. Chad Blake used to replace the kick a lot and, use a sample for his kick, but everything else he just let rock, no matter how weird it was. And you could do some magic like that, but that's the first thing I might replace is a kick drum mic. because you need the kick to be consistent. You need it to be sort of nice and round, and the easiest way to do that by far is a sample. But like I said, it's still my last resort. I don't go there first. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's using samples is far from genius. It's just like all that's it's basically giving up and saying this is all I can't do it with what's here, so I'm going to use a sample. That's what it is. Whereas if you could get it done without it, welcome to the 70s, my friend. Yeah, a lot of guys would remic a snare like after the fact with whatever they had. They'd send exactly what you're saying. They'd send the signal to a speaker, and basically, what did he do? What did he do? Rich Costi did that. I really like the Audio Slave snare sound a lot, and he would basically like remic the snare drum afterwards, in addition to whatever they did at the time, and it would blend them all together, which is cool. But it wouldn't surprise me if that practice died with the death of major studios. It wouldn't surprise me if once the major label studios, the majority of them wound up like shutting down, and people started working primarily from studios built in their homes, even the top guys, like once that started happening, wouldn't surprise me if a lot of those tricks went by the wayside. But yeah, it's a cool thing to do. Remic the snare if you want, but there's also plugins that kind of will let you do that today too. Ocean Way is a really good plugin to do similar things much easier. That's the thing. All these tricks were done before any of that stuff existed. So, take it with a grain of salt. I like the way that sounds, though. And that's the other thing. It's like, how much do you want to stay true to what happened in the room? If it's not working, no matter what you do, then maybe abandon ship. But at some point, it comes down to opinions, too. It's about, does this work in your opinion? And if you think no, are you just being stubborn and it does work? You just don't like it? There's this weird line between, like, how much is it your opinion and your taste that's telling you this sucks, compared to, like, can you get to wrap your head around the fact that that's how that snare sounds? And so be it. It's a weird balance. And that's why being a mixer is very interesting, because you're constantly fighting this thing about, like, this is how it sounds. This is how I want it to sound. Why can't I want it to sound more like how it sounds? It's a weird thing that happens. It's like, we shouldn't want things to sound like what they aren't. We should want them to sound like how they are and just put it in the best light. In my opinion, that's the key. But, making a snare sound like the way your snare always sounds on every track you do is kind of a cop-out to me. I don't like it. I don't like things that are mixed that way, I should say. Gotta tell you, I kind of like it. I might just take us off completely.
you.
Yep. Okay. We're getting closer. So I'm gonna leave that for the moment and come back to it in a little bit when I decide if it's too loud or not, which it probably is. But
You.
just touch it down a touch. Touch it down a touch. I definitely like the verb off. It could just be this verb combination that's just not working for this song, but maybe we'll try the TB verb. I just don't really like it with the verb. It's something like this snare is so ringy, it has its own verb. We don't really need it. And the room was freaking drier than dry. But this thing definitely has a bit of a, a bit of ring on it.
Side. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at
Most of these tweaks I'm making with headphones on. I feel like it's the way to go about this. Wow, it's so amazing. Once you get used to a plugin, dude, and you take it off, it's like, what? It's very interesting what's happening with that plugin. It's definitely adding low end, that's for sure. I could kind of do a similar thing with this low frequency EQ on the ATR 102. It's pulling the low end closer, but it's also pushing the other. It's like everything's a balancing scale. It's actually moving the rest of the stuff backwards in what I'm hearing with the steam driver thing. I'm not sure if I'm liking this thing. This mix, this may go by the wayside. I'm glad you think so, Brian. That was definitely something I needed to address. Was that there's so many things that had to be done. You notice the bass improved dramatically in the first, and this is why I recommend people take that ear break, because you could get a million things done that are helpful, and then you just still can't, it's too much brain power, too much processing going on in your head to really wrap your head around that whatever's super obvious to you on a fresh day. That's the thing. It's like, all I had to do was listen once to hear that freaking bass disappearing on me and realize there's some kind of phase issue happening, and we solved it. The guitar thing, I think, is drastically improved in the first chorus. I didn't actually move it in the second because I wanted to make sure it worked like I thought it would before I started jockeying everything around. But I think I'm going to repeat that move with the pan. This one stayed the same. It was really just the pan on these four right here. This thing. I think I'm going to repeat this move in the second chorus because I think it did help a lot to kind of clear the center out a bit. Like, that sounds muddier than this. That to me has space to live and breathe. So what I'm going to do is do what I did before on the other one, which was just take these guitars, get them out of the way, scooch them over to the right side of the mix. I'm sorry, what is it? Left side, right side? Where are we going with this? We're going right side with this one. We want to go, and that's because these four are pretty much the same. It's a double, essentially. It's not entirely a double because this is two different performances. However, it's the same mic. It's the same mic palette. We have too close, too far, and we're taking that on the second chorus. We have the same thing. These are too close, too far, but this is one performance. But I'm using how this is on the left, balancing it by putting this on the right, and then centering these, just like we did here. I'm pretty sure we did that. Yep, looks like we did that. So that's basically, we're going to do that again. And since this is the only place in the song these exist, I could just erase the first pan, and it would be the same. It would just move them both to the center, essentially. But I'm gonna scooch it this way. We're gonna scooch, 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 scooch. Let's get a scooch, guys. Hit the like button for the scooch. The snare was just kind of shitting on itself in a lot of different ways. I since kind of took down the peak level a bit with the clipper, but I also changed the settings on the tape machine. And I also, what else did I do with it? I changed the EQ on it. I took the gate off on the SSL and just left the gate on the silencer. Sometimes I use them in tandem, but in this case, the silencer's gate was enough, so I didn't need the SSL's gate. So all those things made the snare go from where it was to beefy. And there's no reverb on it at all right now, but it has its own sauce because it's such a ringy freaking snare. You know, you don't always need reverb on stuff. And for me, it's like just the choruses had the reverb anyway, but it was a little too much sauce because the freaking ring is reverb. When you have a ringy snare, you've got a reverb snare. If you were to deaden that out, like I like to do with like anything, a cigarette pack, a bunch of those gel sticks, you know, those sticky gel things, or those like napkin, those big, you know, like material napkin things that like Jake Reed uses, those kind of things. You get that 70s tight dead drum sound. That's awesome. And if you don't have that on it, your snare is a ringy freaking Santa La Pinte. You use what you want to use. GDP, what are you farting over there, dude? You're farting over there. What are you farting over there, bro? What's going on? I see you corrected it. Yeah. There's we got more Nicholas D'Souza and Hairbrain tracks coming, but this one is Take Your Gun, Real Be Easies, but we do have more Hairbrain and Nicholas D'Souza tracks coming at you shortly down the pike. Maybe sooner than you think. I'm going to do what I did before with the volume. Oh, nope, not there. Right here. Just raise the volume up. Actually, I'm going to ungroup because we don't want to do it on all of them. We just want to do it on this one. A little bit of volume raise on the close mics only. Should do the trick. I'm going to do the same thing here. So the second track, the back mic of the guitar cab is so good for low end, man. If you're a guitarist and you're trying to get your guitars to sound fuller, bigger, more beefy, mic the back of the cabinet if it's open. If you have, you know, a combo or anything, could be a small amp. It doesn't have to be a giant amp. You know, this was recorded on a 10 or 12-inch speaker. What's the Delta Blues? I don't even remember, but it's a PV Delta Blues. It was like 12-inch speaker, but open back, so you could put a mic right up on that, you know, behind it, and combined with the front mic gives you awesomeness. By itself, that back mic ain't no world-beating mic, but you put that with the front, and you could use a 57 or a 58. A 58 was used on the front of this, and another similar to a 58 was used on the back. And just the two of those, if you get the phase locked up, and I'm using auto align to make sure the phase is nice and sweet and buttery, but when you combine those two, that back mic is so thick and warm with the front mic. You get the poke of the front with the thick of the back.
Wish that you
Now, since we have just these two guitars in the center, I might not need to roll the freaking low end off as much as I was doing here, because I was doing that mostly because it was on the side and it felt muddy. Whereas now, you know, make sure nothing crazy is grouped. Let's just take this back to the old school. Let's see what happens. Thanks, GDP. I appreciate that, brother. Is there something going wrong with the stream juice? Talk to me, GDP. Is our stream juice juicing? Let me check something real quick. Seems like we're still juicing. Seems like our stream juice is juicing. Let me know. Yeah, I think it's different over here. I don't know about what's prescribed and what's not. I try to stay out of the doctor's office as much as possible. I don't trust the doctors, man. It's not that I don't trust them. I just know that as soon as I get in there, there's going to be a problem. It's like taking your car in to be fixed. As soon as you bring the car in, it's this, and this. But until then, you know, how long would that car have kept running? I don't know. I'm not a doctor, and I don't pretend to be one on TV. So don't take my advice when it comes to doctors. All right.
Carefully don't blacken out your heart. It's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you call the Cobra Charmer 'cause I need her, and not because I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun with you. To come prepared than gone with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepare them to wish that you.
Those are crazy moves I made last time before I wound up doing what I always do, which is create triggers for your toms if you don't have tom mics. Good old special trigger tom, no tom mics fiasco deal. I'm actually going to juice the goose a little here. We're going to go from, where was it, negative 17.4 up. Let's take it up like 10 dB. We'll go to 7.4. 7.3, good enough. Don't be delicate with it, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to see what happens. That's on the parallel drum bus. Let's hear what happens when we do that.
Remember that the moss grows on the sun side. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with leave it at home. Safer to come prepare them to wish that you. Remember that the moss grows on.
I think we're getting closer to being able to deal with this. I wanted to hear the cymbals because I felt like the life of the track lives a lot of times in the overhead mics. And if you can't bring up the overheads, you're doing a disservice. So it's worth dealing with the crashes. I don't love so much when it's like a lot of crashing in a part. I don't always love that, but it's worth dealing with that just to be able to have some cymbals and some life in the room.
Better to
I'm glad you're digging it, GDP. I'm glad you're digging it. I'm glad the roofies are not affecting you too much. That's insane, dude. It's amazing to me that you take those daily. That's crazy to me, but I mean, do what you got to do over there, I guess. That's insane. That's insane, dude.
leave it at home. Safer to come prepare them to wish that you.
That actually sounds like, now that I've made stuff a little louder, these things were negative 17.4, and I'm inching them down ever so.
Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you
That's my drum parallel track. If you're curious, that's not the mix bus. That's the drum parallel. The drum parallel, I'm using the same SSL bus comp. It's just one of my favorite tools on drum parallel, as well as the mix bus. So I have two instances of it. And the mix bus, they're set quite differently. The parallel can be really slamming, and it will still be fine. That's what I like about a parallel. You have to slam it, or it doesn't actually do what it's supposed to do. Do what you wanna do in living color. In living color. Cause it's never too late and it's never too soon. Take it a minute, why it to be in living color.
remember that the moss grows on the sunside. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Save you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you wish that you remember that the moss grows on the sunside. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's
All right, guys, it is time to rock and roll with some automation. Let's go. Kick dupe. So we're just taking all our kick stuff, anything. You can have 10 kick mics, it don't matter. You're going to take this one and this one. All of them. Kick VCA, dump that. Going to go snare dupe. Both of our snares. You could have 12 snare mics, it don't matter. Going to go snare dupe. Snare VCA. Dump that. We're going to go, if we had a verb here, I still wouldn't take it. I wouldn't also take this snare verb unless we have a pre-fader send set up, which we don't, so I wouldn't take it. Overhead left and right and our racks and floors, that's all going to go in our drums VCA. We're going to put, what else? Shaker City. You know, I could put Shaker City in our drums VCA too, because I don't want to have to deal with that stuff separately. But when I bring up, if I'm going to ride some cymbals, I also don't want to have to deal with that ridiculous stuff in there either. So a part of me is like, yeah, I don't know about that. We've got an extra track for it, so I'll leave that for last, but it'll probably go on our extra track. Let's take our DI bass and our D112 bass. So DI bass, D112. Yeah, we're going to leave this one out of it for the moment, because it seems like it's not in the track as far as I could tell. As far as I could tell, we ain't going to use it at the moment. It seems like we're fine without it, so I'm going to keep it out. DI bass, D112 bass, okay. Bass bus is not in use at the moment, and it might stay that way. I'm going to take our acoustic guitar. Now, this is where I do all guitars, because I like the blend of the guitars the way they sit currently, so I'm just going to do every guitar. Sometimes you could split it up, acoustic, electric, if you want, but in my case, I don't want to mess with the blend. So acoustic 1 and 2, so acoustic 1 and 2, and all the guitars. So might as well just shoot to the end and grab them all. This reverb is out of the game, so we don't have to worry about the reverb. And that's, like I said, it's not a pre-fader send. If you go in here and you click pre, you might want to take it also, but since it's not a pre-fader send, I'm going to leave that out of the jump. Out of our VCA grab, or whatever you want to call it. Lead vocal. So now we're on vocals. Lead vocal. That's like a double of the lead. And then high harmony, other harmony. I take those all together also. If I need to change the balance, I'll do it on the individual tracks, but I like to control it with one fader. Let's see how many VCAs we have left over. We do have a bunch left over. Voc VCA. I make sure I can get the whole session on 8 faders, essentially. That no more than 8. It's usually 7, and I save 1, like always, no matter what. But in this case, we haven't done shakers anywhere. You know, maybe we want to be able to control that. Possibly. I can't see why, but maybe. Who knows? We'll put shaker and this jingle hammer, all this stuff, like small percussion. We'll call it perk VCA, and we'll put that where keys is. See down here, I have like sweep. If I were to do flavor tracks or something, I would put it on that. So I'll put that there, and then you go in here and you change the label so that you know what you're actually dealing with. See, it says perk over here, so I'm going to change it to perk VCA. And then if I had a flavor track, I'd put it here. Now, when I say flavor, you guys know what I mean. But in this song, we're kind of doing this spacey thing, and I'm not sure it needs a whole lot else, if anything. I'm kind of satisfied with how the vocals sound. You know, in the choruses, I just want them to be a little louder, so that's kind of my move. I'm gonna do that in a second. So before I even automate, I'm gonna just make myself a little happier with the vocals. And since they're grouped, they're all moving right now, so we're just gonna juice them up 3 dB.
Wish that you
Where's the last line of this thing? Is it here? So this is even before I do VCA automation. I'm just getting myself in a position to do less on VCA automation.
wish that you
It's actually a really good point, GDP. He said, GDP said, many people don't realize that caffeine from coffee or tea and even sugar can change how you perceive sound. What you've consumed can subtly affect how you hear and influence your mix. 100%. That's why it's kind of a losing battle to be hooked on any substances. Honestly, it sounds like, I'm not acting high and mighty over here. I'm just saying that everything affects your perception if it affects, your brain. And essentially caffeine does the same thing as sugar, does the same thing as drinking. I mean, I don't know any mix engineers who literally need to have a drink or something before they mix. They all know, they're very well aware that once they start drinking, their ears bug out. It's not the same. Anybody who thinks they're hearing the same when they're drinking is just making an excuse for themselves. I mean, it's just not true. It's the same with any substances, really. Oh, Braxel, what's poppin', dude? How we doing, Brax? What's good, my dude? Water plug-in, everybody. Water plug-in. The best ear cleaning for me is like that when you put that thing in your ear. It's like a syringe filled with water, and you freaking wash all the wax out. Oh, that's the good stuff. But that stuff's in there to help you too. So I wouldn't do that often, but it's every once in a while you got to do that up. Braxel says he's been testing tubes with his orange tube tester. Nice. Brian Piontek would love to have a Chinese ear cleaning like they do on the streets. I've never heard of that before. Braxel's asking if we've had hamburger and onion rings today, and he's talking about Gold Clip. I think, was it Brian? Somebody was like, dude, I miss Braxel, and they started talking about Gold Clip. And it's, glad you're here, dude. Texas in the house. We've made several changes and adjustments to this mix so far. We're about to embark on our automation journey. Every time I hear that, I think of Kill the Moonlight by Spoon, or Small Stakes by Spoon, or any Spoon song off, that the album Kill the Moonlight. The Way We Get By. There's all so good. Or what's that other album I love? It starts with like, the beast, the dragon, the door. You've been gone so long. Such a good song. Enter the room and I forgot my pen. She lost when, and I had to find the feeling again. So many good songs. A paper tiger cat, tell you where he stands. If you guys haven't heard Spoon, make it a point. Listen to the whole album of Kill the Moonlight, like as soon as you possibly can, from front to back. It's one of the best albums of all time. Had a serious impact on my life. There was a period of time I never took it out of the car for like a decade plus. It's ridiculous.
Call the Cobra Charmer 'cause I need her.
And it's ridiculous from a songwriting perspective. There's no magic to anything but the melodies. The recording was done very well. It's very cool from an engineering perspective. You could be like, man, it has something. And the funny thing is, the last thing I ever did was compare the volume of it to anything else or compare the sound of it to anything else. I just listened to it and felt this is like a world they've created in this album, and it sounds so good. The world of Spoon is just such a good sounding world, and it's unique. It stands on its own against all others.
Inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit.
All right, just to keep everyone abreast of the situation, we've turned Steam Driver off. Steam Driver is no longer in play because it was doing weird things. A large part of the reason I was having difficulty with this track, I think, might have been what that did, because it was very unpredictable. and it was adding some compression that I didn't bargain for. I didn't ask for. I didn't call up and say, I'd like some extra compression, please. Could you add it? But it was, it might be great, but I don't know how to use it. So it could be user error, but I'm taking it off. It's gone. She gone.
Inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun where you could leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun where you could leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you
I'm just watching how loud this master is right now, and I'm about to do the dirty by pulling down a bunch of stuff. Now, if you're ever worried, like what I did last time was kind of a disaster, it's something that happens a lot because I forget to take it off. I'm going to just show you what I mean by what I should have done. I should have grabbed all the stuff in the song, like all these tracks, take this one out. I'll grab these. So none of the buses. The buses are always green so that I don't have to think about it, right? The least I have to think about, the better. That's not in the song. It's muted. And what else? So this right here. Bunch of guitars. Not this one. That's a bus. Guitars. Or it's an effect or something, but it's fine. Okay. That's vocal. Okay, good. So in other words, I should have done this. I should have grabbed everything in sight like I did. I always just do a quick check to make sure I didn't grab anything I don't want. Okay. Then I would go Apple and, call it whatever, all. And then you go to globals, and then you don't want anything linked when you do this specific one. Like nothing linked. We don't like, these are for our inserts, for our plugins. So I'm sure there's probably a way to how do you just select to get them all off at once? I don't know. But the point is, what I really want is nothing and this is why I don't do it, because it's a whole lot of clickety-clackety. I'm sure there's a way to do this where you don't do that, but this is why I typically leave it on, because I just figure, forget it, but don't worry about it kind of thing. But for what I want to do, I don't want any of my inserts linked, so that if I accidentally forget, that's like all I care about. If I accidentally forget, and it doesn't happen often, but it happens like once in a blue enough where it's annoying, I want to be able to just pull down stuff. I'll go another 3 dB down. without now having to remember to take it off before I touch a plugin and ruin, move every freaking knob on a session. That's annoying to me when I do that. All right, so I'm just looking at the master. Because that allows me to get a little clarity back. When you hit something like this too hard and you're way past 0, it's not going to sound as clear as when you give it a little love, little space there. And this is, kind of high up on the totem pole, but if I take this off, I'm mostly concerned with where it is before I put anything on. That's about fine. It's, anywhere between like halfway and 3/4 of the way is okay, in my view.
You found the secret to the gold mine. Carefully don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared then to wish that you
So I'm really being conservative here because I could always make up the level. Like, that's the one thing I don't really care about is, like, I could make up this level. That's why I'm bringing it down a lot. I'll even bring it down a little more. I'm just, on one hand, proving a point, but on another hand, like, it doesn't matter where we make up the level. You're getting a sound from this. So if it's not even touching this thing, it's not enough level into this. But somewhere between here and here is kind of the sweet spot on this plugin, I find. If you start getting into the red, it starts to really crunch up on you too much. And there's, up here might not be enough. So let's just watch. Kind of like where it is right there. So I sort of like took it back a dB, brought it up a dB, back 2 dBs off 1 kind of. We're at -9 right now. It seems fine. We're going to leave it there. Now, to bring up the level, I could do it in so many different places, but what I like to do often is just bring it up. We could just use makeup gain on the bus comp driving into the EQ because this particular plugin sounds very good with a lot of level hitting it. Every plugin has a sweet spot, and where do you find it? You just kind of rock and roll until you figure out what makes sense for that plugin. And each one has its own, you can't really hit the ML4 with a ton of level either, I find. Like, it's a very forgiving limiter, but once it starts working, you really hear it. So there's a sweet spot with this too. So I try to just, kind of split the difference. See how it's not even really working at all? Let's get to a chorus, something loud. Like, always loudest points to set limiters and things like that. It's about 3 dB right there. And the thing is, once you start being more conservative with level, like once you pull the stuff down a bit where your compression's not being hit as hard and everything, now you'll really notice what sticks out at you. And if your mix is working, don't just start changing levels of stuff if it's working. But if you lack clarity, or if you're looking for, oh, I wish this was a little less muddy or a little something, don't be afraid to look at what your compressors are doing and pull level out of them to make it sound less squashed. Because mud is, could be being achieved because you're smushing stuff so much that you're actually creating a blob instead of, being able to hear the transients of the instruments and kind of a little bit more separation. So by me pulling everything down now, I hear the kick drum way more, so I could probably pull the kick down a little bit. But I like a louder kick drum. It's my style in general. I want to be able to thump that freaking thing. I want to feel it in my chest. Wow, that's amazing. I've never, when auto release works or doesn't work is such a freaking toss up. I can never really predict what it's going to do. That's the weird thing about auto release. Sometimes it opens the song up a bit, like it's doing here, whereas sometimes it just feels like it's always wrong on auto. This song kind of works on auto. Side. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Another trick I'm using is the acoustic guitar is bringing clarity to the electric guitar. It's one of the best things you could do if you have a distorted part and you want it to sound more clear is record an acoustic guitar part and blend it in. The percussive nature of the acoustic rock and rolls with that with that electric distorted. That clean acoustic is a brilliant move. Dave Jordan used to also, he mentioned like recording an electric guitar not plugged in as the percussive thing to put behind distorted guitars to make them cut through also. So many cool tips like that. Oh, you're asking about ear cleaning routines. Brian is asking about ear cleaning routines. Ear cleaning routine. I really don't have a steady ear cleaning routine. I find ears to be self-cleaning, to be honest with you. I never stick a Q-tip in my ear, ever. Because it's you're just shoving the earwax further in your ear. It's ridiculous. And I know a lot of people, a good friend of mine actually, who was cleaning his ear with a Q-tip and like ruptured some stuff. And then it was like he heard crackling like crazy noises in his ear for a long time until that healed up. It's not a good thing. Don't use Q-tips. Ears are self-cleaning. And when you have a weird blockage or something, some people obviously have more earwax than others. Depending on where you're from, what part of the world, your earwax is different too. I don't know where I heard that, but I think it's true. I think earwax is definitely cultural in a way. Like the type of earwax it is, like how freaking sticky, gooey compared to whatever else. it's the real thing. But I'm telling you, there's something to do with the water cleaning thing is the best move if you want to clean out a blockage or something. 100%. Yeah, never eat Twinkies before mixing. Everybody knows that. 100%. And some days when you're mixing, you're more tired than others. It's just every day is not the same. So it's a really interesting balancing act. And what you hope is that eventually you have the wherewithal to understand when you're too tired to continue. And that happens sometimes, depending on the time of day, what else you had to do, if you ate or didn't eat. Like there's all sorts of things that might come into play. Also, some songs are just harder than others and take longer than others, and it's just part of it. You can never predict it going in. I never can guess how long a song is going to take. When I think it's going to take like a short amount, a couple hours, it always takes forever. When I think it's going to take forever, it always takes a couple hours. It's just weird how you can't really ever predict it. But that's because you don't know going in how things are going to interact with each other. It's also the reason why nobody can really know how to address a mix issue until you get under the hood. There's really no way to know because you don't know how everything's interacting. You could think you know how it's interacting, but you really don't until you see what's there, what may be causing what problems. You can't just like from a distance be able to be like, oh, this is the whatever. When people say that, they're just farting up their own ass. They really don't know what they're talking about. What's good, Brax? We like you, dude. We like you, bro. Isabel, what's up, Isabel? Give Isabel some horns for us, dude. Give her some bicycle. Give her the bicycle horns, bro. Braxel said, nah, Rexel's good peoples. I mean, GDP's got your back, bro. That's what he's saying. The silence of the lambs. That's true, dude. That's true. It wouldn't be the same without Braxel. Wouldn't be the same without any of you guys. I appreciate all you being a part of this. It's always awesome to have you all. Braxel, your least favorite line is the best line, or the part about the go-to leather jacket. Either way, everyone should have a go-to leather jacket. If you ask me, you have a leather jacket is the perfect answer to any situation when like you don't like is this kind of place or this you have your go-to leather jacket's always the answer as far as I'm concerned. That's how I spent most of my life, in a go-to leather jacket. GDP dropping the crazy misinformation over there with that pan depth. You know what's so funny? I just realized after this is hilarious, but after I don't even want to check it right now. After I made that video, I don't know if I switched it back or what I left it on. I don't even have a clue. Oh, good, thank goodness. It's -3 because it came with the session that I was doing last time. Thank goodness. I didn't like start a new one from the, having just opened that last one, because when I was doing the test and I was flipping through them, it just occurred to me that I could be sitting here on something crazy. But it wouldn't matter anyway, because this whole time I've been compensating for it, but that would just be hilarious if that was the case. Instant Grammy. Pan Anarchy is a great name. Is that a band? If not, it should be. How do I feel about Behringer wing rack for the studio? I don't know. I have a weird opinion of that particular company's gear. Brian Piontek wrote, Behringer over the years has surprised me. Well, that's good. The audience stuff looks promising. Any suggestions? I personally really, really like the RME interface I have. I don't know if you have like what you're really talking about though. Are you talking about getting like a mixing console? Like, are you talking about getting more mic pre's? Like, what is it exactly that you need? The digi converters you don't feel give you an accurate representation of API benefits. What are you're using the Digio 2, right? Well, it's definitely an older interface, but yeah. I mean, if it's converters you're after, then whatever you buy is not going to be cheap. That's the thing. It's like good converters come at a price. I've heard good things about, if you're just looking for conversion, it's like the reason I like RME so much is because for me it's super flexible. It has ports on it that other things don't have. So, that's the UFX3 I'm talking about. It really had every port I could possibly want. But if you're just like looking for good converters, then you could kind of go a totally different route with it. But it won't be cheap. Like if you're talking about the Behringer wing, that's relatively on the affordable, lower end price side. So I don't really know where your head's at, but I don't know if you're looking for like portable or what you're looking for. Is it going to live in the studio? I'm also, there's a lot of gear I've never tried. I've tried a handful of things. I tried an Apollo, a little while ago, and it was okay. Like for a travel interface, it's probably the best. If you want to use UA plugins and you want to travel, you get the ability to use some non-native plugins and take with you. So it's an interesting, like the travel versions of it, like the X4 or something is interesting for that, but it was pretty like dark. It was so dark that I made mixes sound really bright when I used it. That's what I could tell you. And when I did that though, it was primarily, there's a lot of things kind of going against it. Like I wasn't using the outputs into my monitors to test it. I was using the headphone output into headphones, and I was very uncomfortable with headphones. And I was using headphones that I like, so I wasn't super comfortable with the headphones I was using. I was trying the MDR 7506s, and they were weird. So like when I there were so many variables that I'm not sure if I gave it the fairest shake, to be honest with you. But for a travel interface, it's not lost on me that with a Mac, it's one of the few things that makes it super easy to travel and use a bunch of the plugins I really like to use, because you really don't need to take satellites or anything if you have that and you just want a handful of non-natives plugins, and the rest you're going to use native. Like, you might be able to get away with it with the chips in there. But like I said, I'm an RME fan at the moment too. It's what I've been using in this studio the entire time, and I'm very happy with it because of its connectivity. I know a lot of people who really like the Lynx stuff. If you're just mixing or just mastering or something, and the Lynx converters are good, and they like that, like the Lynx Hilo, I think it's called. There's some converters that have limiters built in, which might give you that whatever thing you're thinking of, where it's just a limiter built in, but it's like a clip guard kind of, it masquerades as clip guard or something, but it's really just a limiter. It's really all it is. And it makes it where you can kind of drive into the converter harder to get a sound. It is what it is. What's the name? I'm trying to think of one of the companies that does that particularly well. I think it starts with a P. Prism. Yeah, they're pretty interesting, but I'm not like super swayed by the limiter on the converter thing. I like the Convert AD Plus for that specifically. That's why I still have it, because it's really good when you want a limiter built onto your converters. It's pretty good for it, but it's its own thing. But don't get me wrong. I prefer the sound of the Burl, and I prefer the sound of the JCF. But every once in a while, you want to be able to drive into something. It works good on like dance music or anything where you want, like, I don't know. It's a particular thing that works with like heavier limiting, and that's a good converter for that. But for what you're talking about, I don't know. There's too many questions for me to answer.
Wish that you
All right, as you can tell, I'm fighting with the part of the song that annoys me the most. The rest of the song sounds fine to me, like this part.
Moss grows on the sun side.
We're about to do some automation, but I just had to kind of get a little bit of this straight before I did. And now we have, so now we will. So let us go grab the song and start automating. But first, let's check out some talk about earwax. The earwax is different depending on ethnicity and other factors. GDP, Japan weighs in. Absolutely, that's what I heard. I heard something once that said, like, depending on what your ancestors used to drink, like if they drank a lot of whiskey, you have a certain kind of earwax. And the parts of the world that didn't drink whiskey have a different kind of earwax. But it's all about ancestors and, like, their alcohol of choice. Is that true? I don't know. I think it might be. Or it could be just something I dreamed one night. It could be something I dreamed. Brian Piontek 6113 said, I've heard of people padding the output of the API before conversion, but I have yet to try it. But I can never push my APIs to get subtle saturation. Padding the output of the API? You mean like hitting the pad button on the pre? I mean, usually that's reserved for when you have to do it on drums or something, but it's not usually something anyone would strive for because you're not getting the fullest amount of color from the converter when you hit the pad. That's just always been my experience with it too. It's like if I don't need to hit the pad, I won't. I'd rather like lower the volume without the pad, whatever I have to get it to be okay, rather than hit the pad. The pad is like, I avoid it like the plague, but maybe that's just me. I'm sure there's some science behind there. What do you know about a GDP? Something about the pad. What's your thought on it? I avoid it at all costs. I think from like a Mr. Psychotronic would be good at understanding this probably, but how it affects the audio, I feel like you avoid the pad at all costs because it's just never going to be as good with the pad as without it. Even if you pad it and then gain the pre-up, I think it's doing something to the signal that's actually not the, what, like an API, the whatever it is, the 312 op amp or whatever that is, it's doing something to that to allow for more signal, but it's a negative. It's not like a positive. It's never going to make it sound better to do that. Unless you're talking about, I think I know what you're talking about. You mean a way to control the like basically, what do they call it? One of those voltage boxes they used to use on guitar amps and stuff to be able to, crank the amp, but the load coming out of it would be, usable. To be able to get just like your amp to break up, they used to play with the voltage kind of thing. I think that like a load box, I think that's what you're talking about. But some converters handle signal better than others, no question about it. Like Burl is notorious for that. A B2 bomber is not a bad investment for anybody who wants a little bit more, juice on the AD front. A B2 bomber is nice, and it's a good way to kind of get into Burl without going crazy with like their chassis or anything like that. But the B16 is also like their 2-slot chassis is also pretty cool. If you're not looking to sum or do anything where you're going to want a ton of outs, that could be sweet also. But the B2 is the cheapest way to get into Burl, and it's still like $2,000 or something. It's not cheap. But again, with every converter, some people like them, some people hate them. So keep that in mind. It sounds like what you have is like, if I'm not mistaken, the Digio 2 is more than just it's mic pre's and converters kind of in one, isn't it? So you're getting something else that you wouldn't get if you just got converters. You're not getting any pre's. But a lot of interfaces are fine today, like for handling signal, like I've like a couple people tried the Volt with the 76 compressor thing built into it. There's like, UA makes like a very kind of budget-friendly interface with like a 76 with 2 settings on it, essentially. It's or something like that. It was like, I don't remember exactly, but I think it was like 3-to-1 and 8-to-1 or something. Like there's some two setting thing you can do and put a compressor on each channel if you want. Like I found that interesting, especially for people who are like trying to podcast or use a microphone, but they don't want to buy a compressor separate, and like they're trying to make it either travel friendly or something. I've always found that kind of interesting, the Volt stuff. And at one point I tried the SSL like budget for a travel thing. I tried their interface. It was like the SSL 12 or something, which is just like 4 channels, I think. That was interesting, but again, I don't know how their converters work if you're trying to like drive a pre into their converters and how that would sound. I have no idea. I didn't use it for that. GDP, you're hilarious. He likes to take 2 showers, one during the summer and one during the winter. The leather jack. I have the Army Braxwell's got a UFX3 also. Nice. Yep, I'm rocking the UFX3. And their support is amazing. Army support is truly amazing. You can get somebody on the phone there during the week, 9 to 5 or whatever it is, almost, very, very available to help with whatever's going on. It's pretty amazing. I agree that the Apollo I used definitely colored the tone a bit, but there was too many variables in play for me to know for sure exactly what it did. Like I didn't use it with speakers I knew or anything. It was a whole kind of thing, but I did feel like it was, just changing between like the Apollo and the SSL 12 like felt very different, and the SSL 12 seemed a little, less colored from the headphone jack itself specifically. So I don't really know. Like I said though, it wasn't the best test. Yep, I'm with you on the customer service for RME is kind of top notch. It's the best, I think, because because somebody will pick up the phone whenever you call. The same is the case with Rupert Neve Designs, by the way. You can get them on the phone and they will pick up and talk to you. Same with BAE. Really good customer service I've experienced from all 3 of those companies. That's crazy. I didn't know about the CL1B with Antelope. That's insane. That's insane. AIM AI Energy, what's poppin'? Oh. How we doing? Oh, Niles Pache. How you doing over there? We got Niles. I agree with you. Never get something that requires you to buy a subscription. And if I bought something and then it required me to buy a subscription, I'd run for the hills. I'd sell it immediately and get out of that. Niles Pache said, most of the mastering guys I see who have a ton of equipment have a Burl, maybe one other converter, but always a Burl option. Yeah, I have Burls for that reason, because they're really good. They have a sound. They have a flavor. They were one of the first in the game to make you feel when you ran through them that there was a tape machine in the room. It's one of the first things I remember thinking, like, wow, why does that sound so thick and wide and gooey? Where's the tape machine hiding? Like, it had a bit of a vibe that you could equate to that. It was just punchy and beautiful. I tell you the truth, I prefer the JCF converters. They're more open, and they will drive as much as the Burl will and more before they start crapping out. So I'm a bigger fan of JCF than I am of Burl, but I am a huge fan of Burl nonetheless. But the JCF stuff is like truly specialty. It's like an Aston Martin compared to a Corvette to me. That's how it feels anyway. Corvette's great, but that's how it feels anyway. I don't know. I recommend people try them, because if you haven't tried them, you really don't. You don't kind of. It's just this highly tweakable sports car feel. You can do so much to it. More than I am. I mean, I'm terrified of the thing, which is why I love it so much. It does probably more than I'll ever need it for, and it's kind of a very specialty piece, and I'm very glad to have it. The Burl has a very different sound that's good on some things that the JCF's not good on. They're both really, really great for different things. Nowadays, like I used to always plug my guitar and run it through the Burl when I wanted to kind of get that kind of thick, gooey sound. Nowadays, I prefer the sound of the JCF because it doesn't sort of box me in as much. It's more open. It's the best way to put it. Somebody described it once as it just sounds like wire. It's the weirdest way to describe it, but the electronics in it are somehow akin to an Ampex tape machine, and it's insane. I don't know. That's all I could say. It's insane, but it's not the end all. Like it's not the end all. Let's face it. I'm mixing in the box right now. I'm using the JCF to feed my ATCs, and I'm mixing in the box. So it's not that I would say that that's necessary for anyone. So keep that in mind too. Take everything we say here with a grain of salt. Yeah, the earwax convo's real, Niles. It's real 100%. 80% of Japanese people have an earwax completely different than Americans. Dude, that's what I was saying. So I'm not crazy? I thought maybe I dreamed this whole thing. Significantly drier and not waxy. Why is that? It's because of the whiskey, right? It's because of what they were drinking, the ancestors. It's because they didn't have that whiskey. Am I correct? I don't know. Somebody tell me. That is what we're talking about before. Yes, GDP Japan says the pad button adds attenuation through a resistor network that changes the signal level and impedance seen by the preamp, which can affect noise, headroom, and how imperfections behave once amplified. Bada bing! That's what I'm talking about. Avoid the pad at all costs unless you've got a transient from a drum or something that you need it because it just won't get low enough for you. Then use what you got to use. But I literally avoid it like the plague. See, Brian's saying I'm padding currently on the pre, but I've heard you put an inline pad after the pre and don't use the internal. I'm saying, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying don't use no pads if you can help it, buddy. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think that's what you're after. I don't think that's what you're after. What you want is to gain up the preamp and then lower the output of the preamp. If you want to saturate, like on a Neve, this makes perfect sense. Like that's the red knob, that Marconi or whatever, the macaroon. You freaking turn that juice and then you lower the output so it's a manageable level, but you juice it as much as you want with the red to get as much saturation as you want happening. And I'm sure the API has a similar situation. The problem with some API pre's is they didn't have the output. They started building it with the output on it, but that's the later versions. Some of the original, like 312s didn't have it, I think. The 512s do have it, something like that. My brain's just this weird mix of puzzle pieces in there of stuff I remember seeing once. And the 512, if I'm not mistaken, has an output control on it, but that would allow you to attenuate the level and still get the juice you want if that's what you're going for. Not quite sure what you're going for yet. I haven't really picked up on it. Are you recording? Are you recording instruments, or are you trying to run your mix out of the computer through the API and then back into the computer? Like, what exactly are you doing? I'm still kind of confused. Until the waveform starts staring back at you like Hannibal Lecter evaluating a preamp with fava beans and a nice Chianti whispering that noise floor pairs beautifully with fear. GDP, rocking and rolling. That's what I'm talking about. All right, time to rock and roll here. Since we're in the rock and roll phase. Dun 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 flun dun 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 flun 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 Let me just mute this track, make it inactive, yeah. Fla fla fla, fla fla fla. We're about to do the automation station, blah blah blah, blah. But first I'm gonna mute this track, make it active, make it active. Gonna do some automation, so we make it active. What we don't want to turn on accidentally, lead, blah blah. Flap blah down, that flown, that flown, that flap blah. All right, we're gonna take our bass bus, do the same thing, make it inactive because it's not in use. All right, I'm just like cleaning this up a little bit. Snare verb is not in use either. Making sure what's going on here. A whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of love, whole lot of nothing. Okay, here we go. Take snare verb, make an active. Okay, bada bing. There was stuff automating on and off, it looked like, but the mute wasn't automating on and off, and it's been muted, and we've been happy, so I'm just sort of leaving it there. Leave it there, blah, 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 blah. Getting loud now. All right, we're going to get loud now, guys. Here we go. And if you have a bunch of inactive tracks, you could always just go up here to tracks and go hide inactives. But at the moment, it's not really bugging me. So I'm going to leave it alone. And we have nothing on the sweep, so this is actually blank. So let's just rock from here. Rock from here. Sock from here. All right, here we go, guys. Can you see that? You could see that. Let us rock and roll. About to do automation. Here we go. Time to boogie. Here we go, guys. Rocking and rolling. If you want the big view, let me know. I'll turn on the big view for you. A little bit of juice. But I think this is cool because you could see the station, the faders going. But we got this view too, don't forget. Don't forget to turn on touch. You gotta turn on the touch. We're gonna kick here, and then we're gonna go to here, and we're gonna go like this. Turn on the touch. Now the cool thing is I did adjust the level accidentally just now, but since you always start at 0, you never have to sweat that. Kick to the voc. Actually, we don't want to group this yet. What's going on with my mouse? Let's go, mouse. Get it in gear. Here we go. All right, nice. Let's rock and roll. How's the what is it? That ball, the Kensington. How's that working for you? The trackball. It's always something on my mind. Trackball, you were always on my mind. Here we go. All right, we got to be vocal city. We got to be all over the vocals.
Call the Cobra Charmer 'cause I need her. Cause I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun with you.
All right, we're gonna adjust at this chorus. I want to let go of stuff at this chorus. Let's fix that percussion thing that jumped out.
Side. The demons always hide. Remember that the moss grows on the sun side. Remember that the moss grows on the sun side. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. It don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to
Interesting. The song made me want to grab stuff right away, which is sometimes okay. The way I look at it is like I make the balance with my head kind of in this zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out mode, right? And then as soon as I get to automation, the reason it's such a helpful tool is because a lot of times we then really zoom out. It's like we think we're zoomed out before, but if you make the volume kind of low, like I did, even lower than that could be okay. I try to make it real low to give me a good sense of where things are in the balance, and that will sometimes just open your eyes at the last second, and then you'll just make a couple moves that might be really good. I'm not sure if that's what I did or not. It just felt like I needed to hold my hands on the faders longer than usual for this song. Sometimes I'm just touching and then letting go to let the touch come back to where it was. But a couple times I felt like I wanted more guitar. I felt like the vocal needed a bit more volume. I was just wound up holding a lot of stuff. Like in this part too, I want the guitar to be heard. The acoustics kind of faint in the background here.
Because I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to
GDP with the fingerprints. No, I never turn them upwards because that would be crazy. Great parodies in the 80s and 90s. Where are we at here? Until the waveforms, we were there. There were great parody movies in the 80s and 90s. Not anymore. Where's the Oppenheimer parody remake? That's so true. Nowadays, you can't make a parody movie without being canceled, so I don't think anybody does it. I think that's why I use VCA automation, so I'm not tempted to put a freaking plugin on everything again for no reason. It's really good to prevent you from doing that. It also moves it at the track level. So in my view, this is the most clean path. So whenever I think about working, I always think about like you take a track, and a lot of people like to put everything on buses. I used to do that. I used to have like guitar left, mic 1 and 2, send it to a bus, send that to the mix bus. So you wind up adding these branches of the spider web. And then if you've got a lot of instruments in your track, you've got a lot of buses now because you go into it with this mentality that everything needs a bus. So after working like that for a long time early on, I realized this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's fine in theory, but it's not fine from a point of view of like wanting a tidy mix. It's not fine from a point of view of like the least amount of places things go to get to an end goal. So that's why I just go tracks. The VCAs just control the volumes of the tracks. That's all they do. They're moving everything at the track level, which I like. Because to me, that's like, it's like not even having VCAs. It's like automating a giant session with all the faders on the tracks. That's all it is. And then essentially this stuff feeds into automation. So there's compression on some of the tracks and there's compression, within the session. But there's also mix bus compression and stuff, and all this stuff feeds into the mix bus compression. The ATR 102, then it goes down the line, everything right here. So it's not automation after this stuff, but it's automation before this stuff. And I know that's what GDP meant, but at the same time, it's just important for me to clarify for people where this stuff is happening exactly. And the beautiful thing, like I said with VCAs, is they're just volume. So my goal is always do less. Do freaking less all the time if you can help it. Do less. Do less. Do less. Do less. Where are we at? Quick question for you guys. What would you think if someone jumps into this channel's Discord during a live stream just to drop a link inviting people to another live on Twitch? Oh, that's retarded. That would be fall under the category of don't do. That's what that would be. That's what that would be, if you ask me. And ridiculous. Ridiculous. GDP, how do I give you powers over there to do stuff so that I don't have to do the stuff? For whatever you're thinking for that. I trust your judgment. So what would you do? And how do you do it? How do we make that happen? Let's make that happen for the next one. Happy to do it if you're up for it. We'll there's probably moderator controls over there too, you would think, right? There's got to be.
Sunside. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home.
That's right. Whenever you guys see me go to the close screen, there's either one of two things happening. I'm either petting the cat, I'm I'm slicing the dice, or I'm custom cutting that boot cut. Old school boot cut jeans. You know what I'm saying? Doing that custom cut boot slap. Slap that.
At you.
There's so much low end in that freaking back mic that when at the end it starts to come up a lot. Ignore that dude over there, GDP. Cut it out, dude. Get that. I don't want to hear about that dude. Anybody who doesn't have the wherewithal to know what's etiquette and what's not etiquette is just out of control with me, dude. Man, that's out of control, bro. It's out of control. You're out of control. I'm out of control. He falls into the those we don't speak of category, bro. He falls into the Village. Have you ever seen it? Watch it. I found that movie awesome, but man, those we don't speak of. Those we do not speak of.
Prepare them to wish that you sunside. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. side. And the demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you call the Cobra Charmer 'cause I need her, and not because I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you you
Gotta make sure we hear those little bass fills now. Doon doo 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 doo.
remember that the moss grows on the sunside. And the demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you.
Thanks, GDP. I appreciate that, dude. I'm doing my only loud check right now.
It's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you
That silencer is pretty silencer-like, huh? Freaking silencing stuff, huh? Actually like the little bit of bleed that it's giving me now on the cymbals. Sometimes when the volume is right, that little bit of extra bleed makes the cymbal feel more exciting, as opposed to just coming from the overheads. It's also coming from the bleed off this freaking kick drum, because we weren't in a tunnel in this thing. You know, tunnel, it wasn't inside the drum. A whole bunch of stuff I would do totally different now. There's no kick in mic. It's just a whole bunch of stuff I would do different. But at the same time, we're making the bleed work for us, I think. Part of me is like, man, take that silencer off. I think it's even automated, so it's just on the whole time. It's not really automated. Sorry. That's what happens, man. Sometimes I got to play the part that bugs me. The rest of it's fine. We're about to print this and call it a day because I'm feeling it. I'm going with it. All right, we shall print. We shall print. I don't know what the volume is, and I don't really care. I'm almost thinking now that we've built dynamics in, I wonder if we need this jump. I'm going to just see if we can get away without the jump. You know what I mean by the jump? I mean this part that I brought down for the chorus to have a little lift. Let's see if it was a good move now that we're kind of settled in. So I took the jump away. So this part, the whole song will be a dB louder essentially in the verses, and the chorus might just still naturally now get louder. Let's find out. That certainly got louder to me, like from here. That feels good and empty, like the arrangement's working for it. Sunside. The demons always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine. Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's better to take your gun with you. Leave it at home. want a little more bass in this little last chorus.
That you
The bass just sounds like thunder, you know?
that you
See, adding low end to this will soften it a little bit too.
wish that you wish that you wish that you
Do-do-do-dee-do-do-do. We go.
wish that you
Let me just double check that on my little Bluetooth guy there. Make sure I didn't overdo that. Yeah, I just kind of overdid it a little bit because I wanted the warmth on the mains, but it was probably fine where it was, so I just undid what I just did. Undid what I just did. That's how you know you're at the point where it's okay, because you make a move and then you're like, nope, better before. Doom, doing, doom. These little bass fills are cool. He's doing so much intricate stuff, I just want to hear it. I think he left room here for the drummer. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like he left some room here. All right, dudes. Think we got it. I think we got it, mates. I think we got it. Get yourself a little Bluetooth speaker, and when you throw your stuff into it, that's the best way to know if you got too much bass, honestly. Like, I wouldn't trade my monitors for anything in the world, but a little fart box is also helpful, and those are the things I need, honestly. I need great speakers and a fart box, something that farts when I juice the bass too much, because after a certain amount of time and I always want the bass to be like the loudest thing, and once that happens, that thing will be like, nope, nope, nope.
Wish that you
All right, I'm feeling it. That's it, dudes. We're doing our print. We're doing our print. If you're curious, Steam Driver is off. The inflator is on. Gold Clip is on, doing its thing. I'm not exactly sure what it's like. What it's doing. Some, like, if you look at some part, it's not doing anything. And then if you get to the chorus, it's barely doing anything. I'm really just using it for its tonal box qualities. A little bit of the saturation, like the gold, the alchemy. Every once in a while, I'm sure there's something that gets it up above 0, but it's rare. So some people would say, well, you could push it more. I don't want to push it more. It's like every once in a while, I think gold clip is nice to just barely be grazing that line. You don't always have to use it as a clipper. You could just use it as a little bit of a shaper. You know, it's sort of shaping us. See, we're barely doing half a dB when we're doing anything at all. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that for sure. All right, we're going to print one. What are we saving this as? 2B. 2B or not to be. That is the print. File, wave. We're going output down the center. Output. A1314. Okay. Interleave 2496 NMP3 import directory. Is it going in the right place? 10 minutes out. It's going in the right place. Okay. All right. Turning the mic off, running a print, and then we will do our thing. I not today, Braxel. No fart in a box today. Here we go, people. Here we go. Running a print. I'll be right back. I ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. We got, I think the little button's on, Brax. Look at me, Brax. Talk to me, baby. It's lit up over there. Bada bing, Brax. You got this. Here we go. Running a print. Here we go. Running a print. Let's do it, guys. Somebody remind me to turn the mic on once this is over. Here we go.
Charmer, cause I need her, and not because I know someone's been bit. Keep her in the inside pocket of my go-to leather jacket, in case I ever need her funky spit. It's better to take your gun where you go. Leave it at home. Safer to come prepared than to wish that you remember that the moss grows on the sunside, and the demon's always hiding in the dark. Think you found the secret to the gold mine? Careful it don't blacken out your heart. 'Cause it's
What's poppin'? We're back. We're back. We've done it. Definitely winner of the drawing. If we're talking about the drawing, if we're talking about all that stuff drawn in, I don't know what you're talking about, but there's plenty of stuff drawn in. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. There's a lot more life in this one than there was at the end of the last mix, and I definitely, at the end of the last session, I felt a little cooked. I felt like I was exhausted, and I remember telling GDP, I was like, this mix is it's not done. I'm just done. like that night I was done when I hit stop. I just had nothing left. And fresh ears tells you a lot, honestly. That's why the biggest tip you could have is take a break and come back. And sometimes you need a refresh overnight when you've had it. Because just the same thing like we were talking about, how caffeine can ruin everything. Caffeine, lack of sleep, like lack of nutrition, just eating too much sugar, like all this stuff has a weird effect on your hearing. If you've had any alcohol at all that day, it's probably not a good idea to start mixing stuff. My ears, like I have like a tinnitus thing in one ear, and I talked about it on my channel a bunch. When I drink, it kicks up a little bit. When I basically, I notice with a lot of caffeine, it'll kick up a little bit too. So when I keep my caffeine manageable, it's better. Everything's better with less substances in your body when you're mixing. No question. It's, I don't even know how like Tylenol or Advil or anything like that would affect my mixing, but I try to just not take anything as often as I can. Braxel's saying, Evan, I won a $2,000 computer last night on Robitech Live. Nice, dude. Dude, that's awesome. I don't even know what that is, but that's amazing. Like, that's amazing. A $2,000 computer? Is it a PC? Do they even build PCs that cost $2,000? That's a silly question. Of course they do. That's awesome, bro. Is it a Mac or a PC? I think you said you're on a PC. If I'm not mistaken, you said you're on a PC. But yeah, I'm glad you guys dig it. If you dig it, it sounds like, I could tell without a shadow of a doubt it's better today than it was at the end of the last mix. So I am so happy. I did what I had to do. Come back and mess with it. And don't be afraid to, when you start grabbing faders for the automation, everyone's instinct is to literally hold the faders the whole time, kind of like I did on this mix. And usually I'm doing touch automation, a little bit of touch, let go, a little bit of touch, let go. For whatever reason, this mix needed a little bit more of a balance from the time I hit play. It's a very interesting thing. When you move to doing fader automation, I'm telling you, your ears reset in a different way than they have been the entire time. They zoom out even further, which allows you to really get a handle on the balance even more than you did before you started automation. And turn the volume down. If you see me turn this way and crank the volume, I'm turning stuff down more often than up when I'm automating, so that I can make sure that I have the vocals sitting where I want. It'll stand out as too loud as soon as you turn the volume down. So stuff like that can be helpful. Also, doing the bassist is amazing. Paulie T from B. So every time he's doing cool stuff, it's like keeping me interested towards the end of the song. And the drummer's fills are keeping me interested. There's a lot of stuff happening there that's keeping me interested. I'm glad I automated a bunch of it. It took a little extra time, but it was worth it. So yeah, dude, nah, bro. Whenever bummer thing is I get a 1099 to go with it. Oh, nice. Yep. That's interesting. That's how it works even when you win something, huh? It's not like you purchased it, you won it. But I guess that's how it works. PC, it is custom build. It was built and they did the live stream. That's awesome, dude. Very cool. I'm happy to hear that, Brax. Let's give you some joint. That's for you, Brax. You're the man. You're the man. I hope Isabel's doing well. Anybody, I don't know who's remaining. It's Saturday night. I don't know if you guys are out partying, hanging out, working on your own stuff or what, but anybody watching, hit the like button if you haven't, subscribe if you haven't already. Let's do a quick bunch of thank yous to a bunch of people who helped out make this stream amazing. Alex Christoph Drums, Braxel1, Brian Piontek 6113, who also gave me the idea for the video I dropped today about pan depth and how important that is. Not, that required a not after it. How unimportant it is unless you're doing written automation. Really, that's the only time you need to mess with it. And I said it in the video a bunch of different ways, but there's a lot of stuff in that video that I found interesting. Me and GDP did a ton of tests for that to make sure we weren't going to spread misinformation. GDP helped me out a lot with the test for that video, and I want to thank him for that also. There's plenty of intel to be learned in there that's beyond just the scope of typical what pan depth is, because that's the easy part, what it is and how important is it or not. There's more to it, which I found interesting, like what the SSL plugins are doing inside their own ability to pan. There's what the pan law is inside that plugin, because that's actually what's more relevant. Once you start using plugins that handle panning, you got to know that. You got to know what those plugins are doing on the inside. So I did AutoPan, PanMan, SSL plugins, and I found it interesting, to say the very least. So I hope you guys do too. Check that out if you haven't already. Let me get back to the thank yous. We got thank you to Braxel1. Thank you to Niles Pichet 1734. Thank you to Living Cat 64. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums. I think I mentioned Alex Christoph Drums, the awesome dude with the Lufs. He's the Lufs master. And what else we got? Sonic Soundwork. Gotta thank Sonic Soundwork. Always coming through, making our Discord amazing also. All you guys are making it amazing. Thank you, Gutter Honey. Thank you, AIM AI Energy 2849. And Living Cat 64. I appreciate you stopping by. It's the first time I recall seeing you, and you're welcome anytime. So thanks for being part of this. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. Let's switch to a close view for a close-up here. And Brian Piontek coming through with some questions real quick. Let's see. He's writing, I'm recording live instruments for drums. I have to have the iPad. I have to have the pad on and not even halfway up. Mics are about 3 inches from the head. Yeah, well, with drums, I've mentioned before, put the mic closer to the skin and literally facing the skin rather than the contact point. Like facing down at the skin will more often than not put the cymbals in the null position. And if you just play with the mic in that position, you'll find you can get an awesome sound. And sometimes if you don't have room around the drums, I've actually mic'd the side of the snare before if that was all I had. Side snare, it can be a very cool mic. Sometimes I would do top, bottom, and side snare. It's so interesting when we take a song like this that just has 4 mics on drums and you really pull as much as you can out of it. And then when you get a song with freaking just tom mics added, it's like, what a surprise. It's awesome. Oh, you got a room mic and also 2 overheads. You got 2 room mics. Ooh, it just gets awesome. You got a kick in and a kick out. Woo-hoo-hoo. Now we coming up to the big time. Stuff like that can make stuff fun, but I really like battling with stuff that's less than perfect also. 4 drum mics is fun to work with too, for its own reasons. And we're using Ocean Way to give us a little more depth on those 4 room mics also. But yeah. What do we got going on? So also I want to keep in mind, what do we got here? If you're recording drums and the mics are about 3 inches from the head, experiment with putting them closer to the heads. But if you're looking to keep the level down, that's not going to help you. Like for drums, I have to have the pad on. Yeah, I would say drums require pad on more often than not, unless you have pre's that can get super low or mics that can handle a lot of level. Like the SM7 is a really low mic, and it's really good on things like toms, floor tom especially, like an SM7 or a kick, because it'll handle so much level. And some mics cannot handle the SPL. I really like a Beyer, the M88. I like that on kick. I like it on snare. I like the Telefunken M80 on snare. It's just, you can kind of do a lot. You can put that on a tom too if you want, but it's really good on snare. I like the M201, the Beyer M201 on snare a lot. Granted, a 57's good too. But yeah, you'll know what you have to use. If you have too much level, then the pad's your only option. Then go with it. You know, that's what you got to do. Do what you got to do with that. GDP saying, quick question for you guys. What would you think if someone jumped into this channel, Discord, and the live stream just to drop a link inviting people to? Yeah, dude. No. Oh, did I scroll back too far? Where am I at? Maybe I scrolled back too far. Let's all go over and tell them to use gold. Yeah, no, I did. I scrolled way back into the juice. How did I get over there? How'd that even happen? We're getting back to life. But I missed that before, so I'm glad I caught that. Phil Collins is here. Fantastic. How do we get Phil Collins in the house? Combined more than 12 hours of testing for that video. That video was crazy. Me and GDP did a lot of testing for that video, but I feel like we came out of it knowing 100% more than we went into it, because we wound up going deep as far as what the plugins actually are doing that handle the panning. And I feel like a lot of people just would glance over that as they think they're either not doing anything, but they definitely don't know exactly what they're doing, and we do, which is why I made the video on it. And I did it with a bunch of other plugins I didn't even put in the video because they were all the same. So if I like Goodhertz's pan pot, exactly the same thing. It handles panning, and guess what? The pan law is in pan pot. -3 dB. Hallelujah. So I like that. Most of them should be that way. And all these different companies making them that way, it just kind of goes to show you that that's the pan law that's the smoothest on people's ears, obviously, which is why it's set to that. Otherwise, there would be options to change that. There would be so much more happening. But, you know, I think when it was created for the DAWs, what happened was, like, back then, there weren't as many tools to deal with mid-side as there are now. I think that's really what it was. So because of that, the ability to mess with pan depth was more important. But once that got basically, now that we can deal with mid-side in a million different ways, and the fact that it really only matters when you're drawing automation, every other time you're going to compensate for it, I find the use case for moving it so, like, non-existent, to be honest with you. But, you know, doesn't change the fact that OG Pro Tools was -2.5, I believe. I think there wasn't a choice in the original. It was -2.5. So just giving people a choice probably felt cool to some people. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, we're extreme close up. Whoa. 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 I got to watch Wayne's World now. Anyway, you guys are awesome. Big thanks. Big thanks to everybody. And I hope you liked it. And if you listen to where that print was compared to where we started or the last stream, I think you'll notice a ton of improvements. I definitely do. And it's feeling good in here. So everybody remember, you can all do this. You can all make a mix that, you know, gets done in a reasonable amount of time and makes you happy. And my whole thing is just don't let it drag on beyond, you know, 2 sessions and a check with fresh ears. Because, like, for me, this is the second day mixing it, essentially 4 hours or whatever. But, you know, with the chatting, it makes it actually, it's about half time chatting, half time mixing roughly. But what we could say is this is the second day, right? I listen one time fresh with fresh ears anyway, and if there's anything I hear I want to touch up, I do a touch up and then print another one. That's it. That's it. Like, I don't go another day mixing it and then another day checking it. That's where people get into trouble. Once you discipline yourself to not do that, you won't ever do it, and you'll realize that you're fine. Your mix is going to be just as good, probably better than when you get on into that weird loop of making another day and then a check and then we'll do it again, check tomorrow. That's never helpful. So anyway, plenty more to come. Questions, comments, throw it in the jam. Video ideas, throw it in there. I sincerely appreciate all you guys watching. Braxel especially, thanks for coming through, brother. And Brian Piontek, you know, Braxel, congratulations on the computer. And Brian Piontek, you know, the best of luck with figuring out what you're going to do with your converter situation. And, you know, I'm curious what you wind up with. So throw it in the Discord. Anybody who hasn't joined it yet, feel free, join our Discord. And anytime I'm streaming, you know, get a session up, join me while I'm mixing, mix on your side, and then we'll be jumping back and forth in the chat so that you can basically be part of this community. Like we're in some giant studio. Engineers work better that way. I hate to say it, but they do. When people were all working in studios and there were assistants and engineers, like and interns, and people got to share ideas and talk and communicate while they were learning and working, and there's nothing better. So if you found us here, it's like a speakeasy, and you're one of the lucky ones. So join us, hit the Discord. You're awesome. Thanks for watching, being part of this thing. This is Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Keep that in mind. All right? Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys soon. You guys got this. Take it easy.